Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is Shadows of Fortune, Chapter 1, The Arrival. Vincent Hall gazed out the window of the rattling train as it clanked its way across the Oakland Bay Bridge, the sprawling city of San Francisco unfolding before him like a scene from a picture book. It was the late 1920s, and the city, much like the rest of America, was pulsing with the vibrant beats of jazz, the rapid rise of skyscrapers, and the shimmering allure of boundless opportunity. Vincent, with his modest suitcase and a battered typewriter, felt a stirring mix of anticipation and apprehension. Today marked not just his arrival into a new city, but the beginning of what he hoped would be his transformation from an obscure writer to a chronicled observer of the American dream. The train chugged into the terminal, steam hissing from its underbelly, as men in sharp suits and women in flapper dresses hustled along the platform. Vincent stepped off, his eyes wide, taking in the chaos and charm of the bustling station. Newsboys shouted the latest headlines, porters maneuvered through the crowds with towering stacks of luggage, and the air buzzed with a cacophony of accents and eager conversations. San Francisco was a melting pot of aspirations, a place where every corner seemed to whisper promises of fortune. After navigating through the crowd, Vincent found himself standing before a line of taxis, the drivers leaning against their vehicles, smoking cigarettes and chatting idly. He approached the nearest one, a gleaming black automobile that seemed to mirror the city's sophistication. "Where to, buddy?" the driver asked, tossing his cigarette and scrutinizing Vincent's modest attire. "Cliffside Drive, please," Vincent replied, his voice steady despite the butterflies in his stomach. The driver raised an eyebrow but nodded, popping the trunk for Vincent's suitcase. As the taxi wove through the city streets, Vincent absorbed every detail: the imposing architecture of downtown, the colorful storefronts of Chinatown, the raucous laughter spilling from speakeasies hidden behind unassuming doors. The city was alive, its pulse quickening with the setting sun that dipped low behind the Pacific, casting a golden glow over everything. Finally, the taxi turned onto Cliffside Drive, a stark contrast to the vibrant city center. Here, the world seemed to quieten, the only sounds the crashing of the waves below and the rustle of eucalyptus trees swaying in the breeze. The houses on Cliffside Drive were grand estates, each a testament to the wealth that the city's boom had generated. Vincent's eyes widened as they passed mansion after mansion, each more imposing than the last. The taxi slowed before a particularly majestic mansion, its vast gardens impeccably manicured, and the facade lit by the soft glow of twilight. "Here we are," the driver announced, a note of respect in his voice as he looked at the mansion. "Oh, no, not here," Vincent chuckled nervously, motioning to a much smaller house next door. It was modest but charming, with ivy creeping up its walls and a small porch that offered a view of the ocean. "That one, please." The driver shrugged and pulled up in front of the smaller house. Vincent paid him, grabbed his things and stood there for a moment, taking it all in. This was his new home, at least for now, as he fumbled with the keys. The grand mansion next door caught his eye again. He couldn't help but wonder about its inhabitants, their lives filled with the sort of opulence and drama he could only write about. With a deep breath, Vincent unlocked the door to his new home, stepping into the modest living room that smelled faintly of sea salt and old wood. He set his suitcase down, feeling a mix of relief and excitement. Here, in this unassuming house by the sea, Vincent's great adventure would begin. He would write about the wealthy, the dreamers, the lost souls of San Francisco, and perhaps find his own story along the way. Chapter 2, The Mansion Next Door. The morning sun streamed through the slightly parted curtains of Vincent's new home, casting long beams across the wooden floorboards. He awoke to the sound of the ocean's distant roar, a soothing yet constant reminder of the vastness beyond his small abode. As he sat up in bed, stretching his arms and inhaling the salty air, his thoughts wandered to the mansion next door. Its presence was imposing, a shadow cast over his smaller, humbler dwelling. Curiosity overcame his initial weariness from the previous day's travel, and Vincent decided to take his morning coffee on the front porch. From there, he could observe the neighboring estate more closely. The mansion was a stunning piece of architecture, with Beaux-Arts elegance, its white marble facade gleaming in the new day's light, intricate frescoes under the eaves, and sprawling gardens that whispered secrets of a world Vincent had only dreamt of in his novels. As he sipped his coffee, Vincent noticed a flurry of activity at the mansion. Servants bustled about, gardeners trimmed the already meticulous hedges, and a shiny black car rolled down the driveway, stopping at the front. A man stepped out, and even from a distance his commanding presence was palpable. He was tall, with a posture that spoke of both confidence and burden. His face was stern, yet handsome, his dark hair slicked back in a fashion that seemed both timeless and meticulously styled for the era. This, Vincent surmised, must be Julian Reyes, the owner of the mansion and a man whose reputation preceded him. Rumors had fluttered through the city about Julian, a self-made magnate whose wealth was rumored to be as vast as it was mysteriously acquired. He was a staple of the social pages, often seen at galas and grand openings, always just out of reach of true societal acceptance due to whispers of his murky past. Vincent watched as Julian paused on the steps of his mansion, surveying his domain with a critical eye before his gaze turned towards the sea, pensive and distant. It struck Vincent then that this man, despite his wealth, seemed alone, perhaps as alone as Vincent felt in this new city, surrounded by people and yet isolated in his ambitions. Intrigued, Vincent decided that Julian would make a fascinating subject for his writing. He was the embodiment of the American dream, twisted by shadows and secrets, an ideal character study for his exploration of wealth and its discontents. Over the next few days, Vincent made it a habit to spend his mornings on the porch, observing the routines of the mansion. He noted the comings and goings of guests, socialites, business partners, and the occasional politician. Each person who entered the mansion seemed to carry their own stories, their faces masks of politeness that barely concealed their true intentions. One morning, as Vincent scribbled notes in his journal, an older woman approached from the mansion. She wore a simple yet elegant dress and carried a basket filled with what appeared to be fresh pastries. Surprised, Vincent stood as she approached, her smile warm. "Good morning, I'm Mrs. Dupont, the housekeeper next door," she introduced herself, her voice carrying a gentle lilt. "Mr. Reyes noticed you've moved in and sent over some breakfast. He thought you might like a proper welcome." Vincent was taken aback, both by the unexpected kindness and a realization that Julian had noticed him. He thanked Mrs. Dupont, accepting the basket with a slight tremor of excitement. Inside, the pastries were still warm, their sweet aroma mingling with the salty breeze. "Thank you, Mrs. Dupont," Vincent replied, his mind racing with questions about Julian. "Please tell Mr. Reyes I appreciate his generosity." "I will," she said with a nod. "And Mr. Reyes invites you to join him for dinner this weekend. He's keen on meeting the new author next door." As she left, Vincent felt a surge of both opportunity and nervousness. Dinner with Julian Reyes could open many doors, but it could also entangle him in the very intrigues he intended to write about. He looked back at the mansion, its windows like eyes that watched and knew much more than they revealed. This invitation, Vincent realized, was the beginning of something far greater than he had anticipated. It was not just an introduction to his neighbor, but an entry into a world that was alluring as it was dangerous. Chapter 3: First Encounters. Vincent stood before the grand mirror in his modest bedroom, adjusting the collar of his borrowed suit. The fabric was a bit stiff, and the style slightly out of fashion, but it was the best he could manage on short notice for his first invitation to Julian's mansion. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the city, Vincent's anticipation grew. He was about to step into a world he had only observed from a distance. He walked the short distance to Julian's estate, his footsteps echoing slightly on the cobblestone path. The towering gates of the mansion were now wide open, welcoming guests arriving in luxurious automobiles that glittered under the evening lights. Vincent felt a flutter of nerves as he approached the entrance, handed his modest hat to a servant, and stepped into the foyer. The interior of Julian's mansion was even more opulent than Vincent had imagined. Crystal chandeliers hung from high ceilings, casting sparkling light over guests clad in evening gowns and tuxedos that whispered of wealth and privilege. A grand staircase swept up to a balcony, where a small orchestra played a soft jazz melody, the notes floating down to mingle with the hum of conversation. Vincent was handed a glass of champagne by a passing waiter, and took a moment to observe the scene. The air was perfumed with the scent of imported flowers and expensive cologne, and laughter echoed off the marble walls, each smile a practiced curve of lips. He was making his way through the crowd when he first saw her, Eliza Whitmore. She was a vision in silk, her dress clinging softly to her form, the color of midnight blue setting off her porcelain skin and golden hair, which was styled in elegant waves. Her beauty was striking, but it was her poise and the way she listened intently to her conversation partner that caught Vincent's attention. She was not merely beautiful, she was magnetic. Suddenly, the crowd parted slightly, and Julian appeared. He moved with purpose toward Eliza, his expression one of subtle possession. Vincent watched as Julian offered Eliza his arm, which she accepted with a polite smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. It was clear to Vincent that there was a history here, a story beneath the surface. As the evening progressed, Vincent found himself drawn into conversations with various guests. He met artists and entrepreneurs, heiresses and expatriates, each person more interesting than the last. Yet his eyes continued to return to Julian and Eliza, observing their interactions. There was an ease between them, a familiarity that spoke of shared memories and perhaps shared regrets. At one point, Julian noticed Vincent's gaze and approached him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Mr. Hall, I hope the evening finds you well," Julian said, his voice smooth and confident. "I trust you are finding inspiration for your writing amongst our little gathering." Vincent was momentarily taken aback by Julian's directness, but recovered quickly. "Yes, thank you, Mr. A's. This is quite the assembly. It's hard not to be inspired." Julian's gaze flickered with something that might have been amusement or challenge. "Indeed. And what is it that you write about, Mr. Hall? The truths of our society, or the fictions we like to believe about ourselves?" Vincent paused, then replied, "Perhaps a bit of both. The line between truth and fiction is often more blurred than we like to admit." Julian laughed, a sound that seemed to resonate with an unspoken understanding.
Well said.
"You must join me for a private tour of my collection later. I believe you might find it quite enlightening." As Julian was called away by another guest, Vincent felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. The invitation was an opportunity to see more of Julian's world, but it was also a step deeper into the complexities and shadows he sensed beneath the surface of the glittering soiree. The night deepened, the music swayed, and Vincent knew that whatever story he was about to uncover in this grand mansion by the sea, it was bound to be as intricate and captivating as the dance of shadows on the walls. Chapter 4: Echoes of the Past. As the evening waned, Julian led Vincent through a corridor lined with art and artifacts that seemed to whisper tales of distant times and places. Each piece was carefully lit, casting dramatic shadows on the walls. Julian paused before a particularly striking painting, a vivid portrait of a young woman, her expression enigmatic, her eyes seeming to follow them as they moved. This was painted in Paris in the early 1920s. Julian began, his voice softer now, reflective. She was the muse of the artist, a dancer at the Moulin Rouge. There's a certain tragic beauty in her gaze, don't you think? Vincent nodded, his attention split between the haunting image and Julian's unusually pensive tone. He sensed this was more than just an art tool. It was an opening, a glimpse into Julian's vulnerabilities. "It reminds me a bit of Eliza," Vincent ventured cautiously, watching Julian's reaction closely. Julian's face stiffened for a moment, then relaxed as he sighed. "Yes, perhaps that's why I acquired it. Eliza and I, we have a history that stretches back much further than most people realize." Seeing Vincent's interest, Julian continued, "We grew up together, you see. Our families were close, both living in San Francisco, but struggling in their own ways. We were inseparable as children, and as we grew older, that bond, it transformed into something more intense, more consuming." Vincent listened, spellbound by the tale of young love that seemed destined. "What happened?" he prompted when Julian paused, lost in his memories. Julian walked to a window, looking out at the moonlit garden. "Life happened, Mr. Hall. My family fell on hard times, worse than most knew. Eliza's prospects were on the rise, just as mine were plummeting. Her family, they saw me as an unsuitable match. Eventually, she was encouraged, no, pushed to accept the attentions of men who could offer her the kind of life her talent and beauty deserved. And so she did. Julian turned back from the window, his eyes hard with a pain that hadn't faded. She left for Europe to study drama, and I vowed to make something of myself, to become a man of means, no matter the cost. Vincent absorbed this revelation, understanding now the layers of complexity in Julian's pursuit of wealth and his unyielding desire to reclaim something lost. And now you're both back in San Francisco, he observed. Yes, and fate, it seems, has given us a second chance. But things are never quite as simple as we hope, are they? Julian gave a rueful smile, then gestured for Vincent to follow him back to the party. The remainder of the evening passed in a blur for Vincent. His mind was racing, piecing together the fragments of the story Julian had shared, pondering the nature of fate and fortune. He watched Julian and Eliza interact with their guests, their glances occasionally meeting across the crowded room, each look a silent conversation. As the guests began to depart, Vincent thanked Julian for his hospitality and the insights into his collection. Walking back to his house, the cool night air felt invigorating. His thoughts clearer now, he realized that the story unfolding next door was not just one of wealth and societal maneuvers, but of deep personal battles waged in the shadows of past choices and present desires. This newfound understanding fueled Vincent's desire to write, not just about the glittering surface of society life, but about the real, raw pulses that throbbed beneath. As he reached his porch, he paused, looking back at the mansion, its windows now dark. The stories within those walls were just waiting to be told, and Vincent felt a deep, compelling urge to be the one to tell them. Chapter 5. The Golden Girl. Eliza Whitmore stood in front of her vanity mirror, tracing the lines of her face with a practiced hand, her brushstrokes blending foundation into a flawless mask. The room around her was filled with the trappings of success, a spacious dressing room adorned with bouquets of fresh roses, walls lined with framed accolades, and photographs with some of the brightest stars of stage and cinema. Each morning she transformed herself into the Eliza that the world adored, the radiant starlet whose performances captivated audiences, and whose engagement to one of San Francisco's most eligible bachelors was the talk of the town. Yet, as she prepared for another day of rehearsals and public appearances, Eliza's mind wandered to quieter, simpler desires. Long walks in the countryside, days spent painting by the sea, evenings of intimate conversations rather than glittering parties. These dreams seemed as distant as the stars that flickered outside her window. As she descended the staircase of her elegant home, her fiancé, Thomas Caldwell, was waiting at the bottom, already dressed in his impeccably tailored suit, his expression one of polite affection. "Good morning, darling," he greeted her, pressing a chaste kiss on her cheek. "I trust you slept well." Eliza smiled, a smile she had perfected over the years. "Very well, thank you, Thomas." Her reply was automatic, concealing the restless thoughts that had kept her awake into the early hours. The couple's morning was a carefully choreographed dance of breakfast and briefings with their respective assistants. While Thomas reviewed his schedule with his secretary, his voice low but authoritative, Eliza went over the details of her upcoming play, her assistant fluttering around her with notes and reminders. Once at the theater, Eliza transformed under the stage lights, her true passion igniting as she rehearsed her lines, each word delivered with an emotion that felt more real than anything in her real life. Yet, during a break as she sat in her dressing room, surrounded by the buzz of the production crew, her thoughts drifted to Julian Reyes. She remembered the intensity of his gaze at the party the previous night, the unspoken words hanging between them, and the way her heart had skipped, betraying her composed exterior. "Eliza?" The voice of the director snapped her back to the present. "We need to go over the changes in the second act." "Of course," she replied, standing and smoothing her dress. She gave her reflection a quick, scrutinizing look. Was she the same girl who had once dreamt of a life with Julian, before the realities of their world had torn them apart? The day passed in a flurry of activity, and by the evening Eliza found herself at a charity event, Thomas by her side, engaging in small talk with donors and flashing her signature smile for cameras. The event was another display of her public role, a role that demanded she be enchanting, untouchable, and perpetually content. Later, as the couple rode back home in the silence of their luxury car, Eliza gazed out at the passing city lights. She felt the weight of the diamond ring on her finger, a beautiful, heavy chain. That night, as she lay beside Thomas, the distance between them vast. Despite the proximity, Eliza's mind wandered to the life she might have had with Julian. Could they recapture what was lost, or was it merely a ghost, haunting the edges of her glamorous life? In the quiet of the night, Eliza made a decision. She would meet with Julian, just once, to see if the past held any keys to her future or if it was just a door that needed to be firmly closed. Chapter 6. Julian's Gamble. Julian Reyes stood at the window of his expansive study, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the San Francisco Bay. The view was spectacular, a panorama of rolling waves and bustling cityscape, yet his thoughts were fixed on a different kind of horizon, one fraught with risk and opportunity. His desk was strewn with papers, contracts, business reports, and confidential documents that detailed the breadth of his maritime empire. Since his painful separation from Eliza, Julian had thrown himself into the world of shipping and trade. His company had grown rapidly, fueled by a mix of shrewd business acumen and dealings that skirted the edges of legality. He knew the risks involved, but for Julian, the end always justified the mean. As he turned back to his desk, his eyes fell on a photograph of Eliza, taken at a time when their future together seemed assured. The sight of it stiffened his resolve. He had built his empire for many reasons: power, security, revenge against those who had looked down on him, but above all, he had built it for her. Later that day, Julian sat in a meeting with his closest advisors, discussing the latest venture, a risky but potentially lucrative deal involving the acquisition of a rival company. His advisors were cautious, warning him of the potential for legal complications and the instability it could introduce to his already complex network of businesses. Julian, this move could attract unwanted attention, his chief financial officer cautioned, her tone firm. We are already under scrutiny. Pushing forward now could jeopardize everything you've worked for. Julian listened, his expression unreadable. He appreciated their concerns, but he also knew that without risks there were no rewards. I understand your points, he responded calmly, but we're not backing down. I didn't build this empire by playing it safe. Secure the deal. As the advisors filed out, a sense of isolation enveloped Julian. He was aware that his relentless pursuit of power could be his undoing, yet he couldn't stop, not when he was so close to reclaiming what he had lost. That evening, Julian received a discreet phone call from an insider within the legal system, a man whose loyalty he had secured through a combination of favors and financial support. Reyes, there's talk of an investigation, the voice on the other end informed him. Some of your transactions have raised flags. Julian's jaw tightened. Keep me informed, and make sure we're protected. Hanging up the phone, Julian poured himself a drink, his mind racing. Every part of his empire was designed to bring him closer to a life with Eliza. But now, it seemed, it might also be what kept them apart. The irony was not lost on him, and yet he was too far down this path to turn back. The following day, Julian sent a bouquet of flowers to Eliza, the note simple yet bold. Let's meet. There's much to discuss. Jay. It was a gamble, reaching out to her like this, especially with the storm clouds gathering over his business dealings. But if there was one thing Julian knew, it was that fortune favored the bold. That night, as Julian lay in bed, he couldn't help but wonder about the cost of his ambitions. Was he destined to conquer all but lose what he truly desired? Only time would tell, and Julian was no stranger to playing the long game. Chapter 7. The Invitation. Eliza Whitmore sat at her dressing table, her fingers hesitating over the unopened envelope that accompanied the bouquet of deep red roses delivered to her that morning. The scent of the roses filled the room, a sweet and heavy reminder of the past. The card was signed simply. She knew immediately it was from Julian. The implications of accepting his invitation weighed heavily on her as she traced the gold embossing on the envelope's seal. Finally, with a steadying breath, she broke the seal and read the note. Julian's handwriting was familiar, each letter meticulously formed, a stark contrast to the turbulent emotions she suspected hid beneath the surface. Eliza, I find myself at a crossroads, and I believe you hold the map that can guide me. Please meet me for dinner at my home. There's much we need to discuss about the past, and perhaps the future. The invitation was bold, and it stirred something within Eliza, a mix of nostalgia, curiosity, and apprehension. She knew the risks. Any association with Julian, especially in private, could ignite rumors that might threaten her engagement and reputation. Yet the part of her that remained untouched by fame and fortune, the part that remembered a young, passionate love, yearned to understand what could have been. Across town, in his study filled with the glow of late afternoon, Julian waited with bated breath for her response. When the phone finally rang, his heart skipped as he picked up the receiver. "Julian, I'll come." Eliza's voice was calm, but he could hear the underlying tension. "Thursday evening." "What, Julian? What are we doing?" "We're just talking, Eliza. Just talking," Julian assured her, though both knew it was never just talk between them. Thursday arrived with the weight of impending revelations. Julian spent the day in a state of restless preparation, ensuring that every detail of the evening was perfect, from the selection of wines to the playlist of soft jazz that would fill the corners of his expansive dining room. He chose a menu that recalled their shared history, dishes that spoke of their youthful adventures around the city. As evening descended, Eliza stood before her mirror, dressing with care. She chose a simple yet elegant dress, something that made her feel grounded. She wanted clarity tonight, not the haze of glamour that usually defined her evenings. She arrived at Julian's mansion as the sun set, casting long shadows across the manicured gardens. Julian greeted her at the door, his demeanor a blend of warmth and solemnity. He guided her to the dining room, where the table was set for two, bathed in the soft light of candles. Dinner progressed with a gentle ease, old memories shared with laughter and occasional silences filled with unspoken thoughts. Julian spoke of his travels, the businesses he built, the loneliness that accompanied his climb. Eliza shared her successes on stage, the roles that challenged and changed her, and the reality of a life lived in the public eye. As they moved to the sitting room, Julian poured them each a glass of aged cognac, and they settled into the deep leather sofas. "Eliza, I know this isn't simple for either of us," Julian began, his voice low. "I've made many choices, taken many risks to get here, but I find all my roads still lead to you." Eliza listened, her heart a tumult of emotion. She knew the gravity of this conversation, the doors it could open or close. "Julian, we have our separate lives now," she replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "What are you asking for?" Julian leaned forward, his eyes searching hers. "A chance, Eliza. Just a chance to see what could be, if we dare to explore it." As the night deepened, they continued to talk, delving into the possibilities and the dangers. The stakes were high, the consequences real, but so was the resurgence of an old flame that refused to be extinguished. Chapter 8. A Night to Remember. The evening air was cool as it whispered through the open windows of Julian's dining room, carrying with it the faint scent of the sea. The room was aglow with soft candlelight, casting gentle shadows across the walls adorned with Julian's art collection, each piece a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Julian and Eliza continued their conversation, their words meandering through the past and cautiously around the possibilities of the future. The atmosphere was charged with a palpable tension, a mix of old familiarity and new uncertainty. Julian refilled their wine glasses, his hands steady, but his heart raced as he watched Eliza. She was still breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes reflecting the candlelight and something deeper, perhaps the stirrings of old feelings she thought had long since faded. "Do you remember the summer we spent by the lake?" Julian asked, breaking the silence that had settled between them. His voice was soft, almost hesitant, as he ventured into the sacred memories of their youth. Eliza smiled, a wistful, genuine smile that reached her eyes. "How could I forget? We were reckless and free, weren't we?" Her voice was tinged with nostalgia as she recalled the days spent in laughter and whispered promises, a stark contrast to the complexities of their current lives. "Yes, we were," Julian agreed, his eyes locked on hers. "I think about those days, about what we promised each other. And I wonder, Eliza, where did we lose our way?" Eliza looked down at her wine glass, her fingers tracing the rim. "Life, Julian, life happened. We dreamed without knowing the weight of the world. But now, we are not those carefree children anymore. We have responsibilities, reputations. Julian leaned forward, his gaze intense. But what if we could find a path back? Not to the past, but to something new, something built on all we've learned and all we are now. Eliza's heart fluttered with a mixture of fear and excitement. The idea was reckless, almost foolish, yet there was a part of her that yearned for it, that yearned for him. She took a deep breath, her decision teetering on the edge of her next words. "Julian, she started, but was interrupted by the sound of her phone vibrating harshly against the table. It was a stark reminder of the reality waiting outside the bubble of their rekindled connection. She glanced at the screen. Thomas, her fiancé, his name flashing in the dim light. Julian noticed her hesitation, the momentary flicker of conflict across her face. "Don't let me be your what if, Eliza," he said quietly, earnestly. Eliza silenced her phone, her mind made up. "Tonight, let's just be here, Julian. Let's not think about the what ifs." Not yet. As the night deepened, they continued to talk, their conversation drifting from personal reflections to shared dreams, their connection reweaving threads long thought severed. Julian played a piece on the piano, a melody he had composed during their years apart, filled with nuances of longing and hope. Eliza listened, moved by the depth of his emotions conveyed through the music. It was a beautiful, raw moment, one that transcended the complexities of their situations. When the time came for her to leave, they stood at the door, the goodbye lingering, charged with the promise of something undefinable, yet increasingly inevitable. "Thank you, Julian, for a night to remember," Eliza whispered, her eyes not daring to meet his. "And thank you, Eliza, for reminding me of what's worth fighting for," he replied, his hand brushing hers briefly, electric with unspoken potential. Eliza walked away into the cool night, the echoes of the piano melody and Julian's words swirling in her mind, a symphony of past love and future possibilities. As she drove back to her life, the life she knew, she realized that nothing was going to be the same again. Chapter 9. Vincent's Dilemma. The night was late, and Vincent Hall sat alone at his desk, a single lamp casting a pall of light over his cluttered papers. His typewriter sat before him, silent and accusing, as if mocking his current state of inaction. The evening at Julian's mansion had left an indelible mark on him, not just as an observer, but as a man caught unexpectedly in the web of his own emotions. Vincent had begun his tenure next door with a clear purpose: to document the interplay of wealth, power, and human desire for his novel. Yet, as he replayed the evening's events, the subtle exchanges between Julian and Eliza, the lingering looks, the palpable tension, he found himself wrestling with a new and disconcerting feeling: jealousy. He tried to rationalize his emotions, telling himself that his interest in Eliza was purely professional, that her beauty and poise were merely inspirational to his writing. But as he sifted through his notes, his own words betrayed him, revealing a depth of feeling he hadn't admitted even to himself. Vincent was drawn to Eliza in a way that went beyond the pages of any book. With a sigh, he pushed back from the desk and walked over to the window, looking out over the dark silhouette of Julian's mansion. The house was quiet now, its earlier glow subdued, mirroring Vincent's conflicted thoughts. How do I keep my objectivity when my own heart is tangled in the very story I aim to tell? Vincent murmured to himself, his reflection in the glass staring back at him, a ghostly counterpart caught between two worlds. The following morning, Vincent decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would clear his mind. He wandered through the neighborhood, his steps eventually leading him to the ocean's edge. The vastness of the sea, with its relentless waves, seemed to put his troubles into perspective. As he walked along the shoreline, his thoughts turned to his role as a writer. Was it ethical to use Julian and Eliza's life stories as material for his book? Where was the line between inspiration and exploitation? And how could he maintain his professional integrity while acknowledging his personal feelings? Lost in thought, Vincent didn't notice the figure walking towards him until she was just a few feet away. It was Eliza, her presence as startling as it was enchanting. She wore a simple dress and a wide-brimmed hat against the morning sun, her expression one of serene contemplation. "Vincent," she greeted him, her smile warm but reserved. What a coincidence to find you here. Vincent managed a polite smile. Eliza, good morning. Just getting some air and trying to organize my thoughts. They walked together for a while, speaking of trivial things at first, but gradually easing into a more meaningful conversation. Eliza spoke of her love for the theatre, her dreams of playing roles that challenged societal norms, and her fears about the future. Vincent listened, his earlier resolve to maintain distance faltering. He wanted to tell her everything, to pour out his feelings, to warn her of the risks she faced in rekindling her relationship with Julian, to protect her from any heartache. But he held back, knowing he had no right to interfere. As they parted ways, Vincent felt a mix of frustration and relief. He had managed to keep his personal feelings hidden, but the encounter had only deepened his admiration for Eliza. Returning to his desk, Vincent made a decision. He would continue to write his novel, but he would do so with a renewed commitment to integrity. He would tell the story of Julian and Eliza with honesty, respecting their humanity, while exploring the themes of love, ambition, and the elusive American dream. And as for his own feelings, they would remain his to bear, silent witnesses to the tale he was compelled to tell. Chapter 10. The Fiancé. Thomas Caldwell sat in his expansive office high above the bustling streets of San Francisco, his desk a testament to his organized and meticulous nature. Each document was perfectly aligned, each pen placed just so. As a prominent banker, Thomas was accustomed to control, to having his environment and his life structured and predictable. This extended to his engagement to Eliza, which in his view was as much a strategic alliance as it was a romantic union. From his high-rise window, Thomas gazed out over the city, his thoughts interrupted by the buzz of his phone. It was a text from Eliza, informing him she would be late this evening due to additional rehearsal time. Thomas replied with a curt nod to himself, typing out a formal acknowledgement. He trusted Eliza, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disquiet whenever her plans changed unexpectedly. It was a crack in his carefully constructed schedule, a deviation from the plan. That evening, as Thomas awaited Eliza's return, he poured himself a drink, letting the smooth whiskey settle his slight unease. He pondered their relationship, which, while mutually respectful and adorned with the trappings of high society, lacked the passionate depth he sometimes saw in others. Thomas knew of Julian Reyes. Of course, the man was hard to ignore in their circles, and he was aware of his past with Eliza. He couldn't help but wonder if there was still a flame there, however faint. When Eliza finally arrived, her cheeks flushed from the brisk night air, Thomas greeted her with a restrained smile. "How was rehearsal?" he inquired, watching her closely. "It was productive," Eliza responded, removing her coat and joining him in the living room. "We're trying some new directions with the character, which is challenging, but exciting." Thomas nodded, sipping his drink. "I'm glad to hear it's going well. You know, I've always admired your dedication to your craft." His words were genuine, but they also carried a hint of formality, the way one might speak to a valued colleague rather than a fiancé. The conversation shifted to their upcoming social engagements, planning for the wedding, and other logistical matters. Yet, beneath the surface of their discussion, Thomas sensed a distance, a subtle shift in Eliza's demeanor. It was as though her mind was elsewhere, perhaps on the new directions she mentioned, or perhaps on something or someone else. Determined to clear the air, Thomas set down his glass, turning to face Eliza fully. "Eliza, is there anything you wish to talk about? Any concerns or thoughts about her?" Eliza met his gaze, her expression one of gratitude mixed with hesitation. "Thomas, you've always been incredibly understanding and supportive. I do love you for that," she began, her voice steady yet soft. "But yes, there are things on my mind, complex things that I'm trying to navigate." Thomas listened intently, his face composed, betraying none of the concern that flickered behind his eyes. He had suspected as much, and while part of him wanted to delve deeper, to confront the issue directly, another part held back, fearing what such a conversation might unravel. "Whatever it is, Eliza, we can work through it. Together," he reassured her, reaching for her hand. Eliza squeezed his hand in return, appreciative of his offer. "Thank you, Thomas. Let's talk more this weekend. I think I'll have a clearer sense of things by then." As Eliza excused herself to retire for the night, Thomas was left alone with his thoughts. He was a man who valued clarity and decisiveness, and the ambiguous nature of Eliza's troubles troubled him. He decided to keep a closer eye on the situation to ensure that whatever decisions were made, they would be in the best interests of both their futures. Chapter 11. Rumors and Revelations. The sun was just setting over San Francisco, casting a golden glow that belied the undercurrent of tension swirling through its elite social circles. Rumors, those insidious threads woven into the fabric of high society, were catching fire, fueled by whispered conversations at cocktail parties and subtle glances at galas. In a luxurious venue, under the shimmering light of crystal chandeliers, the city's crème de la crème gathered, their conversations peppered with the usual trivialities of such gatherings. Yet beneath the surface, a more tantalizing topic was being discussed: the apparent rekindling of an old flame between Julian Reyes and Eliza Whitmore. Vincent Hall, ever the observer, mingled among the guests, his writer's instinct attuned to the nuances of their speech. He overheard snippets of dialogue that pieced together a narrative of suspicion and intrigue. "Have you seen how Julian looks at Eliza these days? It's as if they're the only two people in the room," one socialite whispered to another, her eyes alight with the thrill of scandal. "Indeed, and with the wedding approaching, one does wonder how Thomas feels about this old beau circling back," replied her companion, sipping her champagne with a sly smile. Meanwhile, at another part of the city, Thomas Caldwell was in his study, the walls lined with books that reflected a mind organized around logic and order. His usual calm demeanor, however, was marred by a furrowed brow as he placed a phone call to a trusted confidant. "I need information on Julian Reyes." Thomas spoke into the receiver, his voice low and steady. "Anything that could be useful. There are rumors, and I intend to protect Eliza and our family's interests." Back at Julian's mansion, Julian himself was in a meeting with his most trusted advisors. The walls of his office, usually a sanctuary of solitude and strategy, now felt closing in as his lawyer laid out the potential fallout from the swirling rumors. "Julian, the scrutiny isn't just social, it's financial. Your dealings are being looked into more closely, and this spotlight on your relationship with Eliza isn't helping. We need to tread carefully," his lawyer advised, her tone serious and urgent. Julian nodded, his jaw set. "I understand the risks, but I'm not willing to let go this time, not without a fight." That same evening, Eliza sat before her vanity, her reflection staring back at her as she removed her makeup. The whispers of the party were still fresh in her mind, each word a weight added to her already burdened thoughts. She loved Thomas, respected him, but the heart was not so easily managed, and her heart still pulled her towards Julian. The interplay of these simultaneous scenes across the city painted a vivid picture of the stakes involved for each character. The rumors acted as a catalyst, bringing hidden fears and desires to the surface, forcing each player in this social drama to decide their next move. As the night grew deeper, the city quieter, the decisions made in the privacy of shadowed rooms would soon ripple out, affecting lives and futures. For Julian, it meant preparing for a battle on two fronts, personal and professional. For Thomas, it was a call to safeguard what he believed was rightfully his. And for Eliza, caught between duty and desire, it meant finding a path that honored both, without losing herself in the process. Chapter 12. The Grand Ball. Julian Reyes stood at the top of the marble staircase in his mansion, overlooking the grand ballroom where the elite of San Francisco had gathered under the glow of opulent crystal chandeliers. The ball was ostensibly to celebrate the successful expansion of his maritime empire, but for Julian, it was a strategic stage set to reclaim his place in society, and more importantly, in Eliza's life. The room buzzed with the murmur of well-dressed guests, the women in their flowing gowns and the men in sharp tuxedos, each aware that tonight was more than just a social gathering. It was an arena of power plays and subtle alliances. As Julian descended the stairs, his charismatic presence commanded attention, his eyes scanning the room until they found Eliza. Eliza, resplendent in a gown that shimmered with every movement, felt Julian's gaze and met it with a composed smile. Beside her, Thomas Caldwell maintained a courteous facade, his hand resting lightly on her back, a silent assertion of their engagement amidst the swirling rumors. Vincent Hall, mingling among the guests, observed the dynamics with keen interest. His novel needed this real, palpable tension, the kind that defined and destroyed. He noted the interactions, the forced laughter, the way eyes followed Julian and Eliza, the way conversations hushed as they passed. As the evening progressed, Julian made his way to Eliza and Thomas, his approach smooth and assured. "Thomas, Eliza, what a pleasure to see you both here tonight." Julian greeted them, his tone friendly but with an undercurrent of challenge. "Julian, congratulations on your latest venture." "It's quite the achievement," Thomas replied, his voice equally polite, yet tight with controlled animosity. "Thank you, Thomas. I do what I can," Julian responded, turning his attention to Eliza. "And Eliza, you look radiant as ever." Eliza thanked him, her words careful, aware of the eyes watching them. The tension was palpable, a delicate dance of civility over a minefield of past emotions and present entanglements. As the night unfolded, Julian proposed a toast, his voice carrying across the room. "To new beginnings and old friends, may we all find what we seek." Glasses clinked, the toast veiling deeper meanings, especially for those involved in the triangle of Julian, Eliza, and Thomas. After the toast, the music swelled, a live orchestra playing a waltz that filled the air with its lilting melody. Julian extended his hand to Eliza. "May I have this dance?" he asked, the question more a challenge to Thomas than a request to Eliza. With a subtle nod from Thomas, Eliza accepted, and they stepped onto the dance floor. As they moved to the music, Julian whispered, "Eliza, no matter what happens, know that everything I've done was for us." Eliza's response was lost in the swell of music, her expression conflicted, torn between the life she had built and the life she might have had. Vincent, watching from the sidelines, scribbled notes furiously, the scene unfolding before him more dramatic and poignant than anything he could have imagined. This was not just a story of society, it was a tale of human yearnings, of battles fought in the silences between words. The ball continued, a spectacle of elegance on the surface, but beneath the veneer, it was a chessboard of moves and counter-moves. As the guests departed in the late hours, the impact of the evening was clear. Alliances had been tested, intentions declared, and the course of several lives altered irrevocably. Chapter 13. Truths Unveiled. As the last of the guests departed from Julian's grand ball, the mansion returned to a deceptive calm, the echoes of the evening's festivities lingering in the opulent halls. Julian stood by the large window in his study, a glass of scotch in hand, his gaze fixed on the city lights twinkling in the distance. The night had gone according to plan in many ways, but the emotional toll was heavier than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Eliza and Thomas drove home in silence, each lost in their own turbulent thoughts. Eliza replayed her dance with Julian, his whispered words, and the undeniable pull she still felt towards him. Beside her, Thomas was piecing together his strategy, his mind working overtime on how to secure his and Eliza's future, undeterred by the shadows of the past. Vincent, back at his modest house next door, was up late, the pages of his notebook filled with observations from the evening. He knew he had witnessed crucial moments, the kind that defined characters and propelled plots, yet his own emotions clouded his ability to distill the night into the neat lines of narrative. His feelings for Eliza added a personal stake in the unfolding drama. The next day, rumors of the night's events had already begun to circulate through the city's social grapevine, embellished and speculated upon in equal measure. The most persistent rumor involved a heated exchange between Julian and Thomas, witnessed by a few late-staying guests, which hinted at deeper conflicts and possible threats. Julian received a call early in the morning from his lawyer, warning him that some of his financial dealings were leaking into public view, likely exacerbated by his increasing visibility and the night's barely concealed confrontations. "Julian, you need to be careful. The scrutiny is building, and it's only a matter of time before the press gets wind of it. We need to control the narrative before it spirals," his lawyer advised, her voice tense with urgency. Across town, Thomas met with a private investigator in a discreet cafe, his expression stern. "I want everything you can find on Julian Reyes' financials, and any leverage we can use. It's not just about business anymore, it's personal," Thomas stated firmly, his usual composed demeanor hardened by resolve. Eliza, for her part, spent the morning in solitude, walking through the quiet paths of the city's botanical garden, trying to clear her head. The beauty of the early spring blooms did little to ease her conflicted soul. She knew she had to make a decision soon, one that would define her future and her happiness. Later that day, Julian and Eliza found themselves together again, this time in Julian's study, surrounded by the weight of impending decisions. Julian had invited her over, needing to clarify his position and his feelings, desperate to sway her path towards him. "Eliza, I know this is complicated, and I never meant to disrupt your life, but I can't stand by and watch us make decisions that go against what we both feel," Julian confessed, his voice thick with emotion. Eliza listened, her heart torn. "Julian, she paused, searching for the right words. "I need to be true to myself, and I'm just not sure what that truth is anymore." As they talked, the stakes became clear. Decisions were looming, and the truths unveiled that night would soon demand actions that could not be undone. Chapter 14, Confrontation. The day had been overcast, mirroring the mood of anticipation and foreboding that hung over Julian's mansion and beyond. The weight of unspoken words and unresolved tensions had accumulated like storm clouds, ready to burst. Inside his study, Julian reviewed the documents his lawyer had sent over. One last look before making any decisive moves. His empire, built with both ambition and audacity, now teetered on the brink of exposure. But it was not the threat to his business that tightened his chest. It was the possibility of losing Eliza again. Meanwhile, Eliza sat in her dressing room, staring blankly at her reflection. The conversation with Julian had left her more confused than ever. Love and duty clashed within her, each a powerful force pulling at her heartstrings. She knew she had to make a choice soon, one that would not only affect her, but everyone connected to her. Thomas, on the other hand, was not idle. His meeting with the private investigator had provided him with enough ammunition to confront Julian directly. Armed with this new information, he drove to Julian's mansion, his resolve hardening with every mile that brought him closer to a confrontation he now viewed as inevitable. As the evening shadows lengthened, Thomas arrived at Julian's mansion. The front door was answered by Julian himself, who had been expecting this visit since their last icy exchange at the ball. "Thomas, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Julian's tone was calm, but his eyes were wary. "We need to talk, Julian. It's time we settled this," Thomas said, his voice firm, leaving no room for ambiguity. Julian led Thomas into his study, where the tension could be cut with a knife. "Then let's settle it," Julian replied, gesturing for Thomas to sit, which he declined. Thomas wasted no time, laying out the documents he had obtained. "I know about the irregularities in your business dealings, Julian, and I know they're more than just aggressive business strategies. They could ruin you." Julian's face hardened as he glanced at the papers. "Is this why you came? To threaten me?" "It's not a threat, Julian. It's a warning. Eliza deserves better than a future tainted by scandal and criminal proceedings," Thomas countered, his tone laced with both disgust and a plea for reason. Julian's gaze shifted to the window, where the first drops of rain began to patter against the glass. "You don't know what she deserves, Thomas. You don't know her like I do." The air between the two men crackled with hostility, the moment of reckoning unavoidable. "I'm not going to let you drag her down with you, Julian. It ends here." Julian turned, his expression one of defiance mixed with desperation. "And what if she chooses me, Thomas? What will you do then?" Before more words could escalate the tension into something irreparable, the sound of the front door announced Eliza's unexpected arrival. She had come, driven by a need to resolve the heartache that had been consuming her. The sight of Thomas and Julian facing off, documents of accusation littered around, shocked her to the core. "What is happening here?" she demanded, her voice a mix of fear and anger. Both men turned towards her, their confrontation halted by her presence. In that moment, Eliza saw the reality of the situation, not just a romantic dilemma, but a clash of lives and legacies. Her presence changed the dynamic, her decision now more critical than ever. The room held its breath as Eliza, standing at the threshold, realized that the next words spoken could alter their lives forever. Chapter 15. Aftermath. The air was still in Julian's study following Eliza's arrival, the tension palpable as each person digested the gravity of the situation. The documents of Julian's questionable business practices lay scattered on the desk, a testament to the risks and deceit that had shadowed his rise to power. Thomas stood firm, his expression a mix of righteousness and concern, while Julian's face was a mask of frustration and defiance, caught in a battle he had hoped to avoid. Eliza, her heart pounding, looked between the two men she cared about in very different ways. "I can't believe this is what it has come to," she said, her voice breaking with emotion. "You both speak of protecting me, but did anyone consider what I wanted?" Thomas moved towards her, his demeanor softening. "Eliza, I did this for us, for our future. I can't stand by and watch someone I love be dragged down by scandal." Julian, too, stepped forward, his eyes intense. "And I fought to build something worthy of you, Eliza. Something that could prove how much I've changed, how much I still..." "Enough," Eliza cut him off, her decision clear in her suddenly calm demeanor. "This isn't just about what you both want. It's about what I need, and what I need is to find a path that isn't dictated by either of you." The room went quiet, the only sound the soft drumming of rain against the window pane. Eliza's words had struck a chord, revealing the selfishness that had, perhaps unknowingly, colored both Julian and Thomas's actions. With a heavy heart, Eliza turned to Thomas. "Thomas, I appreciate everything you've done for me, but I need to think about my life, beyond just security and reputation. I need space." Thomas nodded, the pain evident in his eyes, but also a grudging respect for her honesty. "I understand, Eliza. I love you, and I want what's best for you, even if that means stepping back." Then, turning to Julian, Eliza's gaze was resolute. "And you, Julian, you need to sort out your business, for your sake. What we had, it's part of who I am, but I can't base my future on what was." Julian's face softened, the fight draining out of him. "I never wanted to hurt you, Eliza. If giving you space is what you need, then I'll do that. I'll fix what I've built, not for you, but for me." With those final words, Eliza left the study, leaving Julian and Thomas behind, each grappling with their own turmoil. The night's revelations had cleared some paths, but complicated others. In the days that followed, the impact of that night slowly settled. Rumors swirled less as Julian took steps to rectify his business dealings, becoming more discreet and careful. Thomas, while heartbroken, respected Eliza's wishes and focused on his career, hoping for a future where maybe, one day, they could revisit their relationship under better circumstances. Eliza herself took a break from the public eye, spending time in quiet reflection, exploring her own desires and ambitions outside of the expectations set by her relationships and career. It was a time of healing and self-discovery, of deciding not just what kind of love she wanted, but what kind of life she truly wanted to lead. As the season changed, so did the lives of those caught in the storm of that night. Each found their own way forward, paths diverging yet shaped by a shared moment that none of them would ever forget. Chapter 16: The Collapse. Julian Reyes stood alone in his expansive office, gazing out over the city skyline that had once seemed like a chessboard waiting for his masterful moves. Now, it felt more like a house of cards, fragile and swaying under the weight of scrutiny and his own reckless ambitions. Over the past weeks, following the dramatic confrontations and personal realizations, Julian had worked tirelessly to stabilize his business empire. But the leaks about his questionable dealings had already done their damage, attracting the attention of both federal regulators and the media. His once loyal network of associates began distancing themselves as the risk of association grew too great. The phone rang, a shrill echo in the silent office. Julian hesitated before answering, knowing that each call these days brought more bad news. On the line was his chief financial officer, her voice tense. "Julian, the banks are calling in our loans. They've lost confidence in our stability amid the investigations. We need to find liquidity, or we're looking at a controlled descent at best." Julian's grip tightened on the receiver. "Do whatever it takes," he said curtly, his voice a mix of defiance and resignation. "Sell off the non-essential assets, negotiate payment plans, whatever you can to keep us afloat." As he hung up, Julian sank into his chair, his mind racing through his options. The reality was stark. His empire, built on high risks and even higher rewards, was crumbling. The irony was not lost on him. His quest to build something worthy of Eliza, to prove himself to those who doubted him, had led him to this precipice. Meanwhile, rumors of Julian's impending financial ruin spread through the city, fueling gossip columns and business news alike. The man who had once hosted lavish parties and commanded respect was now fodder for public speculation and pity. Vincent Hall, ever the observer, watched these developments with a complex mixture of empathy and detachment. He had been documenting Julian's rise and fall, initially as material for his novel, but now with a deeper understanding of the man behind the public persona. The story he thought he was writing had become something else entirely, a tragic tale of ambition, love, and loss. One evening, as Julian walked through his now quiet mansion, he stopped before the painting that had once reminded him of Eliza, the one depicting the tragic muse. The parallels were too poignant to ignore. He realized that in his pursuit of a dream, he had become a cautionary tale. In a last-ditch effort to salvage some dignity and perhaps learn from his missteps, Julian decided to reach out to those he had pushed away in his ruthless ascent. He called a meeting with his remaining advisors, laying out a plan not just to save parts of his business, but to ensure his employees would not be left destitute. It was a humbling moment, one that stripped away the last vestiges of his pride. As the weeks turned into months, Julian worked to disentangle his business from the questionable practices of the past. It was a slow, painful process, but one that brought a certain clarity. He began to understand that true value lay not in wealth or power, but in the integrity and purpose of one's actions. In the end, Julian's empire did not collapse completely, but it was forever changed. So too was Julian, a man who had climbed to the heights of society only to fall into the depths of personal despair and ultimately find a path toward redemption. Chapter 17. Vincent's Resolution. Vincent Hall sat at his typewriter, the soft clacking of the keys punctuating the stillness of his study. The manuscript before him was nearly complete, a tangible result of months of observation, emotion, and the unraveling of lives that had become more intertwined with his own than he had ever anticipated. The story of Julian, Eliza, and Thomas had evolved into a narrative that was as much about the fragility of the human heart as it was about the illusions of grandeur. Vincent had watched as each character faced their truths and dealt with the consequences of their choices. Now it was time to weave these truths into the conclusion of his book. As he typed the final sentences, Vincent reflected on the lessons he had learned from his neighbors. Julian's rise and fall had provided a stark commentary on the dangers of unchecked ambition and the price of success. Eliza's journey of self-discovery and her eventual decision to seek happiness on her own terms challenged the societal expectations placed on women, particularly within the glittering but often superficial world of high society. Thomas, though less a focus of his narrative, had also played a crucial role. His actions, driven by a blend of protective instincts and personal interests, had forced Vincent to consider the complexities of love and duty. With a deep sigh, Vincent pulled the last page from the typewriter and added it to the stack of pages that comprised his manuscript. It was his most personal work yet, a story inspired by real people, with all their complexities and contradictions. He titled the novel Echoes of Dreams, a nod to the aspirations and disillusionments of those who chased the elusive American dream in the roaring 20s of San Francisco. The next morning, Vincent walked to his favorite local cafe, manuscript in hand, to meet with his publisher, a middle-aged woman named Clara, who had always encouraged his literary endeavors. As he laid the manuscript on the table between them, Clara looked at him with a mixture of anticipation and concern. "Is it finished then?" she asked, her fingers brushing against the edge of the manuscript. "It is," Vincent replied, his voice tinged with a mix of relief and apprehension. "It's more than just a story, Clara. It's an exploration of what drives us: love, ambition, the need for approval, and what happens when those things collide." Clara nodded, understanding the weight of such themes. "It sounds like you've poured a lot into this, Vincent. I'm looking forward to reading it. Who knows, this might be the book that truly defines you as a writer." Vincent smiled, though his expression was thoughtful. "Perhaps, at the very least, it has defined me as a person. Watching Julian, Eliza, and even Thomas, I've seen parts of myself in each of their stories. It's been a mirror as much as a window." As Clara took the manuscript and promised to give it her full attention, Vincent felt a sense of completion, not just of a novel, but of a chapter in his own life. He had come to San Francisco to find a story, and he had found so much more insights into the human condition, the complexities of desire, and the truth that sometimes the most compelling stories are the ones we live, not just the ones we write. Chapter 18: The Echoes of Fortune. The seasons changed in San Francisco, and with them, the lives of those caught in the year's tumultuous events also transformed. Vincent, Julian, and Eliza now faced forward, each stepping into futures that just months before they could scarcely have imagined. Julian Reyes sat in his restructured office, smaller and less opulent than before, but no less dignified. The windows opened to a view of the bay, a constant reminder of both his past follies and his enduring ambitions. His company had survived, leaner and more ethical, and Julian found a new sense of pride in this. He had learned the hard way that true worth came not from the wealth he amassed, but from how he conducted his life. Occasionally, he would take a walk through the neighborhoods of his youth, grounding himself in the memories of simpler times, ensuring he never lost sight of who he really was. Eliza Whitmore returned to the stage, her performances deepened by the personal growth she had experienced. Off stage, she was often found in the city's parks and art galleries, embracing her newfound independence. Eliza had not returned to Thomas. She had instead chosen to explore life on her own terms, finding satisfaction in her career and personal freedom. Occasionally, she and Julian would meet for coffee, their conversations a blend of old warmth and new boundaries, a mutual respect for each other's separate journeys. Thomas Caldwell redirected his energies into philanthropy, his experience with Julian and Eliza having opened his eyes to the broader needs of the community. He was seen less in the social pages and more in business journals, discussing his initiatives to support local entrepreneurs. Though his relationship with Eliza did not resume, he remained a figure of stability and integrity in the business world, his personal life kept discreetly private. As for Vincent Hall, his novel Echoes of Dreams was published to critical acclaim, the story resonating with those who saw themselves in the characters' searches for meaning and authenticity in a world often dominated by superficial success. The book launch was held in a small independent bookstore, attended by Julian and Eliza, who both felt a mix of nostalgia and pride in seeing their stories transformed into art. Vincent's success as a writer brought him new opportunities, but he remained in his modest house by the sea, the place where he had written his breakthrough novel. He continued to write, inspired by the human condition, and often pondered the strange interlude of his life that had provided the material for his book. He remained a keen observer of life, forever curious about the stories unfolding around him. In the closing scene of the book, all characters come together one evening at an art exhibit that featured a series of paintings depicting the city's history and its many layers. The event was symbolic of their interconnected lives, a tapestry woven from loss, love, ambition, and redemption. As they stood together, sharing quiet conversation under the soft lighting of the gallery, they reflected on how much had changed and how those changes had shaped them. They were no longer the same people who had entered the whirlwind of that fateful year, and yet they each carried forward the lessons and memories of that time. The echoes of their fortunes, of Julian's empire, Eliza's choices, Thomas's redirection, and Vincent's storytelling, rippled out into their lives and the city around them, a reminder that while fortunes might rise and fall, the true measure of one's life was in how they faced their challenges and who they chose to become in the aftermath.